There's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are
finale of the Net Zero Challenge 2023 will now begin. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So the footages that we've just seen actually remind me of the lines from rapper Denvo. Như cây mọc lên từ đất, phải đủ chất thì nó mới mọc cành. Học cách bón thêm hạnh phúc để cành đó mọc ra những điều lành. And I even try to translate that into English so that our international guests can understand. And it goes like this. Well, I try my best. As a tree from the ground, need good soil to branch out, nurturing joy around, branches spread, goodness unbound. Thank you. And you know what? Your presence here today is the testament to the effort of nurturing joy and happiness for these seedlings. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finale of the Net Zero Challenge 2023. My name is Thu Thủy, and it's my delight to be the MC for today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so thrilled to have you here as we celebrate the outcomes of innovation, dedication, and collaborative efforts in the climate tech ecosystem of Vietnam. So traditionally, climate solutions in Vietnam and in Southeast Asia have attracted lesser funding compared to other higher profile tech sectors. So in order for climate solutions to promptly achieve a scalable and commercially viable impact, more support and collaborative efforts will be needed from the government agencies, big corporations, technology innovators, and startup founders. This year's August, Touchstone Partners, a Vietnam-based early-stage venture capital firm, and Temasek Foundation, a Singapore-based non-profit philanthropic organization, co-launched Net Zero Challenge 2023, a global climate innovations competition in partnership with the Ho Chi Minh City Institute for Development Studies to address the funding gap in the climate innovations and foster collaboration in Vietnam. And after weeks of application, shortlisting, and mentorship, we are very proud to host the grand finale of Net Zero Challenge 2023 today, when the 9 finalist teams compete for 3 grand prizes. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our great pleasure to introduce the presence of our distinguished guests and delegates. Thưa quý vị, đến tham dự với sự kiện của chúng ta ngày hôm nay, cho phép chúng tôi xin được trân trọng giới thiệu sự hiện diện của các quý vị đại biểu, quý vị khách quý. We would like to introduce Mr. Lim Hoc Chuan, Head of Programs, Temasek Foundation. We'd like to introduce Mr. Khanh Trần, Managing Partner, Touchstone Partners. We'd like to introduce Mr. Alex Downs, Investment Officer, the Dutch Fund for Climate and Development. we'd like to introduce Mr. Nguyen, CEO, Lộc Trời Group. Mr. Yin Wei Liang, Principal, East Ventures. Mr. Vũ Trương, Deputy Director, Ho Chi Minh City Institute for Development Studies. Xin được trân trọng giới thiệu ông Nguyễn Hoa Cương, Phó Viện trưởng Viện Nghiên cứu Quản lý Kinh tế Trung ương. We'd like to introduce Ms. Đi Chu Ying Poon, President, Distillation International Limited. Mr. Mai Hữu Tín, Chairman, UNI Investment Corporation. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to your participation today. Welcome all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, to kick off, we'd like to invite on stage two partners of Touchstone Partners who played a very important role in bringing Net Zero Challenge to life. I'd like to invite Mr. Khanh Trần and Ms. Du Ngo, Managing Director and General Partner of Touchstone, for a few words. Mr. Khanh Trần and Ms. Du Ngo, please.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm so happy standing here today. It has been an incredible journey since the launch of the Net Zero Challenge 2023. We were blown away by the number and the quality of the applications. I have a little personal frustration because as part of one of the judges here today, I was banned to see all of the applications in the beginning. So I can't wait to see them today. So this morning I'm going back to, this morning I was taking my son to school. If people joined the launch of the Net Zero Challenge, I was telling you about him. So this morning I told him that, today we'll be holding the finale of the Net Zero Challenge. So he asked me, would you then have all of the solutions the world needs for climate? I said, unfortunately, not yet, no. But hopefully, Daddy will still be around and still have the effort and motivation to actually hold many more challenges until you can submit one of your applications in. So I will stop at that.
Thank you everyone for being here with us today. We met with Mr. Lim from Temasek Foundation early in around May or June. So I still remember we were sitting drinking coffee at the Temasek Shop House, and fast forward, we have all of you here together with the finalists listening to the best ideas to combat climate change for Vietnam. So since couldn't see the finalists, I got to play the fun part. I got to see a lot of the applications. And I want to play with the finalists for this short mini game. So let's play with me. Can I turn off the lights, please? Okay. All right, so all of the, no music, please. Thank you. So all of the finalists, could you close your eyes for a moment? And any of you who is a CEO, leader, core team member who's working for climate change, if you want to play along with the game, please feel free to do so as well. But most importantly, the ones who are pitching in 5 or 10 minutes, please play this game with me. So close your eyes, please. Imagine today is 2033. 10 years from now, you standing in your successful climate startup. Look at what you have built, the people you have reached, the employees you have developed. And notice how you'll be feeling at that time. And if you have children and family by then, how proud you'll be sharing your accomplishment with them. Okay. Notice your feeling. And open your eyes. Keep that feeling with you, and I hope you will bring that proud CEO, that proud founder to the pitching session. Thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Mr. Khanh Chen and Ms. Du Ngo for their inspiring sharing. And now we'd like to invite you all to turn your attention to the screen to join us as we reflect on the incredible journey of Net Zero Challenge 2023, please. It's been an amazing journey filled with innovation, determination, and also a promise for a sustainable future, right? So once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give another big round of applause to the incredible journey that we've been on. Ladies and gentlemen, as we venture into the heart of Net Zero Challenge 2023, it's my great pleasure to introduce our esteemed panel of judges who will play a very important role in determining the winning teams of Net Zero Challenge 2023. We would like to introduce Mr. Lim Hock Chuan, Head of Programs, Temasek Foundation. Mr. Khanh Chen, Managing Partner, Touchstone Partners. Mr. Vũ Trương, Deputy Director, Ho Chi Minh City Institute of Development Studies. Mr. Yin Wei Liang, Principal, East Ventures. Mr. Thuận Nguyen, CEO, Lộc Trời Group. And Mr. Alex Downs, Business and Investment Officer, the Dutch Fund for Climate and Development. Once again, thank you so much for your support and for your commitment to the competition. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, for this year, the Net Zero Challenge 2023 focuses on addressing three main climate issues: renewables and carbon removal, food systems and sustainable agriculture, circular economy and waste management. And today we have 9 finalist teams, each presenting groundbreaking climate solutions that have the potential of reshaping the way we tackle environmental challenges. And each team will be assigned 5 minutes for pitching and 5 minutes to conduct the Q&A section. And the first track to present will be renewables and carbon removal with team Autono, Sierra Energy, and NSEC, VOP School. The second track to present will be food systems and sustainable agriculture with team Temasek, Rice, Forte Biotech. And the third track to present will be circular economy and waste management with team Green Pot Labs, Origo Eco, AirX Carbon. Ladies and gentlemen, and now without further ado, let's dive into the pitching session. We will start with track 1, renewables and carbon removal. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to the first team for track 1, Team Untitled from Vietnam, who are creating low-cost thermal energy storage using sand-based battery. Team Untitled, please. The stage is yours.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, esteemed judges and guests. My name is Hai Ho. I'm here to discuss our role in the global energy shift. Last year marked the Last year marked the first true global energy crisis, in addition to the current climate crisis, prompting pivotal energy policies. Maybe I stand closer. Okay. Prompting pivotal energy policies like CBAM from the Europe or just energy transitionship. These align with our mission to reduce carbon emission by 2030. But let me visualize the magnificence of the problem. 52% of global energy consumption is devoted to heating and cooling, which heavily rely on carbon-intensive process. And this is where we're coming in. It's a golden opportunity for Antonov to come in, provide low carbon technology to help companies meet low carbon technology and policy requirements. But there's only about 9,500 days until 2030 in order for us to take actions, or half of the global energy populations will face severe heat, or 99% of the coral reef will die. We have been building and selling Antonov Air, the world's most affordable zero-carbon heating solutions that provide 60% saving for our customer in the last 6 months. Our solution, unlike traditional heating program, we use renewable energy storage stored in the sand battery, which be able to distribute clean heat for our client with existing system. We will start with Vietnam, Indonesia for a $600 million market, and then by 2030, we expand regionally. But in the end, our total addressable market is about $1.7 trillion. It's a giant market for us. Why customer buy Antonov solution? First, we are cost efficient, we eco-friendly, we are explosion proof, great for the factory, and we minimize the legal challenge in order to deploy. And for our client, it's great for their branding. Right now in the world, there are many competitors, but mostly focusing on mega projects in the US, in Australia, in Europe. We are the only one in the world focusing on agriculture with the most affordable cost. In the last 6 months, our small and lean team have made remarkable progress with a lot of partners around the world. But this is just the beginning. We have achieved all of this with $89,000. Guess what we can do with $200,000 from the challenge? Well, today, I would like to show 3 pilot programs during the program. The first one is a tea company who need non-smoke drying system because they locate nearby residential area. So our system can help them triple their capacity of drying, provide completely zero carbon, zero fire dirt, safe for the environment. The second pilot that we're going to do is with Sutton, one of the major suppliers for Nestle. They need to meet EU import tax carbon. So with our system, they can provide the certificate to meet the EU carbon emission, as well as help them to save 700 tons of carbon emission per year. And last but not least, our very own Lockjoy group. Right now, Lockjoy is using rice husks to burn, which if they don't have to burn, they can use it to sell for $83 per ton. So by using our system, Lockjoy can turn to cost center into a profit making while saving 2,800 tons of carbon emissions. With these 3 pilots, in the next 4 years, we can save 14,000 tons of carbon emission, equivalent to planting new 600,000 trees, which help to save for our clients $700,000. Thank you.
Yes, so as we can see, time's up. So I must close your presentation here, and now we are moving on to a very exciting session. We're gonna open the floor for the Q&A section where our panel of judges will raise the questions to engage with the bright minds behind this groundbreaking innovation. So the judges, are you ready?
Yes. Thank you very much. I'm still speechless about your your presentation.
Why?
It's still impressive, and I think that's is more suitable for the question for Mr. Thuận in the sale of joy as me. But maybe I have 2 questions.
Yes.
Number 1 is I'm interested in about the technology. Is a technology is unique, so you have the guy or the team can do the technique yourself, or you have something work with or cooperate with another outside your company. And number 2 is about the cost. If you don't care about the CO2 emission for carbon detect something, it could be possible for the company to use your technology or your solution to improve the cost of the company. Thank you.
Yes, for the first questions, obviously this is top tech, and we are lucky to have a very strong team. So our team, we have our CEO, Mr. Nguyen, who have experienced 20 years in software building. He found several companies, so one of the companies to grab. Our CTO, Mr. Nguyen, who worked for Samsung, ABB Robotics. He's the guy behind VinSmart, on smart device. His lifetime career, he has built 180 million smart device. And I myself, I have been a serial entrepreneur in sustainable development. So I was working in travel, blockchain, and now climate tech. However, this technology is not something completely out of hand. We don't choose to build something like hydro battery or paper battery. It's something beyond our capability. We choose the more affordable technology because, as I see, 9,500 days from now until 2020. We cannot wait 10 years, like Mr. Khiem cannot wait 10 years to build new kind of electricity. We have to do it now, we have to do it today. So that's why we start with sand battery, something simple. We are selling 1 battery for $18,000. It's considered cheap compared to lithium battery already, but we offer 18-month installment-free interest rate, which means our client can only need to pay $1,000 a month. And for our factory, $1,000 a month is a really big saver for them. Thank you. Thuận, you want to say something?
We still have time for questions.
Yeah. If not, we would love to play the video to show.
Another question from
okay.
Mr.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hello.
Alex.
Thanks very much for the presentation. I do have a question about the size of the units.
Yep.
Are there different sizes of units? Is there a size that you're trying to launch first, and these types of things?
Yes. So we have 2 models. The Antonov Air 1, it is 1.6 meter wide, 2.4 meter high, and it holds about 1 ton of sand. It can store 88 kilowatt hour of heat, translating to 500 kilogram of tea drying per day. And we have the Antonov Pro we are developing, we are applying for this challenge. It will be a container size with 20 feet container, but it can hold 1.8 megawatt hour of heat, converting to drying 1.6 tons of local produce like rice or tea per batch.
Yes, you just said about Lộc Trời, then we need to dry 16,000 tons a day.
Yes.
So how big is your battery then?
Yes. With 16,000 tons of rice per day, you are using about 480 tons of rice huts, which cost you around somewhere $400 per day. We already calculated this during our pilot. Right now, we want to try out with 10 batteries. Each battery is for 1 megawatt. We'd be able to dry about 1,600 tons of products per day. The reason why we cannot dry 16,000 tons of rice immediately for this pilot program is because we believe that there's still room that we need to slowly learn more about the process. So what we think is we will want to rise about 1% of your current capacity. And in next year, we increase to 2%. And after 2 years of testing, if you're okay, we would love to take the entire 16,000 tons of rice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Atono. Congratulations. So that's the first team, and I'd like to keep the momentum going by inviting the next team of track 1. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage Sierra Energy and Temasek from US and Vietnam. Yes, please.
Hello. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Michael Kleist. I'm Vice President at Sierra Energy, and I want to talk to you about a project we're working on here in Vietnam with waste management company NSEC to turn waste into value. So let's start with the problem. First of all, Vietnam, there we go. Vietnam generates more than 13 million tons per year of waste. And it's also a significant source of plastic waste ending up in the ocean. And unfortunately, the way waste is handled is it's landfilled, burned, and sometimes just openly dumped. So Vietnam needs a clean and renewable source to handle this waste problem. And our answer is turning the waste into value. So we will take waste destined for landfill and incineration, and instead we will turn it into clean hydrogen peroxide and ammonia, and we will be offsetting fossil fuel use in the process. And we will do this using Sierra Energy's gasification technology. So the way it works is waste enters the gasifier. We inject oxygen and steam at the base of the vessel. The oxygen reacts with the carbon in the waste, and that creates an exothermic reaction reaching 2,200 degrees Celsius. And at that temperature, everything breaks down. So the organic materials in the waste turn into a synthesis gas that can be upgraded, and the inorganic, and the inorganic materials turn into a non-leaching stone and metal. And most importantly, our system runs on the energy in the waste itself. So as long as you're feeding it carbonaceous waste and adding oxygen, it will run on its own power. As you can see here is a picture of our pilot facility in California. It was funded by the California Energy Commission and the US Department of Defense. So you can see that we are beyond lab scale here. Now, what makes our technology unique in comparison to the competition? We do a couple of things critical. Number one, we can handle the widest range of waste. And we can do that without requiring super expensive pre-processing equipment in front of our process. And finally, we turn that waste into the highest volume of synthesis gas, which means more end product. So let's talk about the project itself. NSEC is going to take 200 metric tons per day of waste that it already collects, and instead of incinerating it or put it in the landfill, they will convert it to the hydrogen peroxide and ammonia. Now, they have already worked with Viet Chem to be the off-taker of these chemicals, which will offset imports. And at the same time, they will be capturing clean CO2 in the process and selling that. Now, NSCC already has a site for this at its existing waste management facility, and it looks like the plant is going to cost around $140 million, of which 30% will be owner's capital and 70% will be from a loan. So you may ask, with such a big project, what are we doing at the Net Zero Challenge? Well, it's simple, really. The biggest hurdle for new renewable energy technologies like ours is crossing that valley of death, right? Going from a demonstration project to a commercial project. And the reason is the commercial project needs to show economic value. Otherwise, it won't get financed and it won't get built. The bankers need to see, what is your CapEx? What is your OpEx? Do you have the offtake partners in place? Our offtake partner like Viet Chem needs to know, hey, how much is this renewable hydrogen peroxide and ammonia going to cost us? The only way to get these numbers is through detailed design and feasibility study. Only then will banks go ahead and fund the project and will offtake partners sign contracts. And so that needs to be in place. And our intent here is 100% of the award, if we were lucky enough to win, would go to funding this detailed design and feasibility study. And that has the potential to unlock $140 million worth of project funding. And it's also the first step for NSEC as they want to roll out this same solution out to across Vietnam, then eventually, hopefully, in Cambodia and Laos. The team is already in place to do this. That's Sierra Energy, NSEC, and also TTLC, which is a world-class engineering company right here in Vietnam. Oh, and GHG reduction slide.
Thank you. So time's up. It's time to move on to the Q&A section. The judges, are you prepared?
Yep.
I have a question, first two questions actually. One is a quick question. $210,000, is it enough for you to do the research and the studies?
Yeah, it is.
Sorry, it's the next quick question, which is if it's not enough, then what happens, right? So you need more money to prove and then to unlock the 140 million funding. Second question, kind of related to the first question as well. I did a quick search, and Syria Energy raised 2019, $33 million. That's public information. I don't know if there's other subsequent funding rounds after that. But it seems like a $250,000 or $210,000 is a small kind of budget for the feasibility studies, and also to unlock a $140 billion kind of project.
Yeah.
Why are you not funding that from Syria?
Yeah, so first of all, Sierra Energy is the technology provider. We don't build, own, and operate plants. And so the award would not probably fund the full feasibility study, which is being done by NSCC, not Sierra Energy. So we are just the technology going into the project. And that's the problem you point out exactly, is it's so expensive to do the feasibility study that a company like NSCC, very progressive, wants to bring in a new technology, but they have to. We're just a demonstration pilot plant. And so we need to work with partners like that who can actually take that step and go from pilot plant to commercial project. So as not a builder and owner of projects, we can't fund that. And the funding to Sierra Energy was to build the pilot plant and run it. So that's where that went. Hope that answered.
Any more questions from the judges, please?
Hi, are there any toxic byproducts that produce as a result of this process? And if so, how is that dealt with?
Yeah, no, that's a key thing that I probably should have said. There are no toxic byproducts. The only thing you're going to get out of the gasifier is synthesis gas and that non-leaching stone and metal, which has already been certified as suitable for use as road base. So that will be it. Now, emissions in a project, so that's our technology. When you go to hydrogen, you actually take that synthesis gas and separate it into, you do a water gas shift to make more hydrogen, and you will have a clean CO2 stream. And that's what can be captured and either sold or stored. You cannot do that from like the emissions of a generator or something. So you actually get clean CO2, which is useful. But if you just vented that, then that wouldn't be great.
I have a simple question. I mean, in the market, there are readily available gasifier that you can buy off the shelf, so to speak. So for your gasifier, is there a special IP indeed, and it's designed by you specifically for this purpose of achieving what you want to do?
No, very good question. Yes, there are gasifiers for like coal that are already on the market. And there are some new gasification, low temperature technologies, but they can't take all the waste. The key problem we solve is mixed waste. When you go to a high temperature gasifier and you don't put in something clean like coal, and it's mixed waste, waste melts at different temperature. So to be able to get the slag to come out and the syngas to work with this wide stream of paper, plastic, glues, adhesive, that is what we had to solve, and that does not exist now. Except in plasma technology, which requires a ton of outside energy to heat up plasma torches, so they don't make enough syngas to actually pay for the project. But perfect point, that's spot on. If there are no questions, I'd love to explain the slide I missed, and that is every project would, we want to look at GHG gases, so you would eliminate the methane coming out of a landfill, you would eliminate emissions from an incinerator, you would offset the fossil fuel use and the hydrogen and ammonia, and then you also have, if it's sold locally, you're offsetting all the emissions from logistics and transport. So, that's a key thing that could be in every project that NSCC rolls out.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Team Zero Energy and NSEC. Thank you for sharing with us your innovative solutions. And coming up next is the last team of track 1. Please join me in welcoming on stage Vox School from the UK. Ladies and gentlemen, they are working on innovative cooling solutions for decarbonizing the cold chain. And once again, Team Vox School, please.
So hi everyone, my name is Khiem. I'm a researcher and entrepreneur at University of Oxford, CEO, co-founder of Vox School, a game-changing venture for decarbonizing the cold chain. You know that in Vietnam, the cold chain is booming. However, the sector has so many problems. You see, it's high energy consumption, high energy costs, and high carbon emission. And I would say that Vox School is amazing solutions because we have the integration between advanced technologies and innovative business model. In the cold warehouses, we show that the carbon reductions can over than 5 tons per year per 100 meters square. And the cost reduction can be higher than 20%. And in the cold trucks, you see that the carbon reduction can be higher than 4 tons per year per truck. The cost can reduce over 90% and the payback period is less than 3 years. And I would say that what makes Vox School standing now is because we are cooling as a service model. And now you imagine that you use our technologies and with yellow CAPEX and yellow CAPEX and yellow OPEX as well. So with this innovation, we believe that Vox School can scalable around the world. So now you may have questioned what is our technology. And you see here, this is the plastic plate, but it's not simple like this. Inside this is phase change materials developed by the team at University of Oxford. And if you place this cold battery on the top of the produce can keep itself temperature. It's amazing, right? And inside the cold warehouses, if you combine with the smart control, you can charge it in the nighttime to increase efficiency. You can avoid peak electricity prices, and you can also adopt renewable energy. And in the cold charge, if you use our cold battery to swap it to recharge in the fast charging station, you can avoid the diesel generator. You can turn up refrigeration up to 90 hours, and also you can use renewable energy. And our technologies have been piloted around the world in the UK, in the US, and Africa. And now we want to bring it to Vietnam to explore the market. So global market is about 53 billion in 2030. And I would say that's no direct competitor in Vietnam now. And what makes Voskun standing out against the competitor is because we believe that we have low cost and pending patented materials, and with the excellent team in the University of Oxford, and we are further advanced by innovative technology driven by this business model. So in this pilot, we want to prove that the economic viability of our technologies in Vietnam. And you know that ABA Contrast, the number one of cold chain company in Vietnam, is who has more than 40,000 pallets cold storage, and also more than 300 cold trucks in Vietnam right now is project and commercial partner. And thank you for Mr. Nguyen, CEO and founders of Cool Chan coming to support us today. And in this pilot, we believe that in the cold trucks we can create more values in Vietnam than usual our technology, because the payback period in less than 2 years, and the carbon reductions can over 8 tons per year. So in this, after the pilots, the next 2 years, you want to establish a strong foundation to start penetrating the markets in 2027, and then we invest in the centralized system automation. And we are now seeking 5 billion to do the pilot. And you know that our teams are experienced entrepreneurs and researchers at University of Oxford, and with great team in Vietnam right now. And especially, I would say, Professor Malcolm McLeod, who has multiple exits, and one of his successful companies was acquired by Mercedes-Benz for over 100 million pounds. And I would say that global warming is real. Millions of people are dying because pollution is real. Now, it's time to act, to join us, to believe in us, believe in Voskun, to save the planet for your children. Thank you.
And now it's time for the Q&A.
Yeah, this is Alex here. Thanks, Shunlei. Very helpful and very nice presentation. I do have just a fundamental question, trying to understand how the batteries are charged. And the particular question is, are these on-grid or off-grid? And how are they charged? So how do you keep them cool? And what is a little bit of color behind that to understand the technology? Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much for it's very interesting question. And to charge the cold batteries, the cold battery we want to put in the chiller. And so normally we have several kinds of innovation to charge the system. And we do in the pilot in all the countries, we use the refrigeration calculation to charge the system. But now we want to do it in Vietnam right now to get the product market fit. Because you know that in Vietnam right now, if you travel from the Saigon to Hanoi, you bring the fruits and vegetable. That temperature about 5 Celsius. But you come back, but those trucks, when they bring back from Hanoi to Saigon, they carry out the live frozen meat. So it's fighting minus 15 Celsius. So in order to create the more product market fit, we build a system like solar powers for charging station. So we use the blast freezing technology so that we can charge the system just less than 5 or 6 hours. And then in that case, we can charge 100,000 of coal battery for more than hundreds of trucks just within 5 hours. And we can provide for millions of trucks and people of the company in Vietnam right now. And so is that the rest of your question? Yes, thank you.
We are waiting for another question from the panel of judges, please.
Well, is the phase change material that you're using your IP in this project? Yeah.
Yes, our phase change materials are patented from the University of Oxford, a facility called Oxford Society Enterprise. And they are filing the patent in September. And now we are pending to do that. And I'm not sure with you that because we do the patent search and filing in September. So, yeah.
But I think if you do your patent search, you will find that there are quite a few phase change material that can have various characteristics. So the barrier to entry for your competitors, if you're successful, is going to be quite low. But they just replace it with their own phase change material.
Yes, in terms of phase change material patented, so our phase change material have some further technology advance inside. Because normally when they charge, I would say the technology term is cooling, subcooling. So it's mean like they need to bring down the charging system lower than 5 or 10 or between 5 or 10 Celsius. But our phase change material, our subcooling can be minimized. So it means that less energy consumption to charge the PCM compared with others on the market now.
So can you give us a feel, say, for a truck that is installed with the phase change material, and then you put your whatever frozen meat there? How long would your phase change material be able to provide the cooling for the truck?
Yes, thank you for that question. So now, at the moment, we have a pilot in Ninh province, which was funded by the UK government. And in that trucks, of 20 feet trucks, with the 400 kilogram of our phase change material, we can keep the truck off for more than 1 day to maintain about under 15 Celsius. So it depends on the demand of the customer. Now, if you go to me and you ask, oh, I want to travel from Saigon to Hanoi, and I'm going to bring the amount of PCM so that it can fix to your demands. Because we are doing cooling as service, so anytime, any products you want to carry, we can do it. And how long you want to do it, we can do it. And in the future, we build a charging system along the, Vietnam just have one road from the south to north, and if we build that system, we can penetrate the market, and we do serve the customer very well. Thank you.
So what I'm hearing is the IP is now with the University of Oxford, right? So from an investment point of view, if we invest in Voxcool, are we investing in a distributor of the technology, or what is it that we're investing in? Are we investing in an IP owner as well?
Yeah, sure. Because now I would say to you that the patent belongs to PCM. That is our headquarter company. They're gonna licensing for our company, and that PCM battery just a core things inside our technology, our business, because we do the service to the end customer, and we build the innovative system like the technology. You see the whole things, and even the business model as well. So we all together bring the value. Not only that's one, so we're gonna patent it for the system in this pilot, and then we use that patent to protect us. And I'm sure with you that the technology for product market fit in Vietnam right now, we are doing it unique around the world, not only in Vietnam. With that is called technology-driven cooling as service business model. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Voxcool. So there
Thank
might
you.
be more questions from our panel of judges, but time's it up. So I'd like to close their pitching round now. So moving on to the next track 2, Food Systems and Sustainable Agriculture. The first team who will be presenting is Tep Bạc from Vietnam, who are working on precision aquaculture and smart farm management for smallholder farmers. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage Tep Bạc from Vietnam.
Hello everyone, I'm Lam, co-founder of Temasek, and I and my co-founder are son of shrimp farmers. Our families have been farming shrimp for more than 25 years, and we saw other farmers feel very poor and they cannot sustain their business. And that's why we started Temasek to help shrimp farmers, firstly in Vietnam and then around the world. At the moment, the shrimp farmer had 3 main problems. The first one, they heavily depend on the labor and human. Secondly, they make serious environmental pollution by their unsustainable farming practice. And thirdly, they are struggle in farm management and by farming input. And there is no sustainable agriculture without finding the solution for the problem. And to help the farmer, we have technology to reduce the risk, simplify the farm operations, and save cost of production. Let me elaborate next. We have a full source of hardware and software we call FarmX. And they are sharing the data together to optimize the performance of the whole system. And we also expanding our e-commerce platform to help the farmer with the input. They can find the farm input whenever and wherever. And next 2 years, we're rolling out the financial platform and the farmer exchange to help the farmer and their output. And we got the farmer on our platform with this product. This is the world's first automated drop cleaning system with the closed-loop feedback control. And this device provides real-time water quality data for the farmer to make important decisions for the whole farming process. And without this device, there's no automation in agriculture now. And this is really a clear market fit product. Within 1 year of launching this product, we double our user, and we started to working with big seafood company in Vietnam. And we got a revenue from the application, from IoT device, e-commerce platform, and exchange market. And the farmer is happy with our solution. They get extra 8,000 benefit per pound per year. And the key impacts of our solution is that we are on the track to make the impact, driving the positive social and environmental impact. In the short term, we will reduce the 15% of feed conversion ratio and 10% of energy consumption in the first year of our solution adaptation. In the midterm, we will reduce the farming cost up to 20% and increase in the 30% of profitability. And in the long term, when our solution will adapt nationwide, we can reduce the significant amount of carbon dioxide emission every year, 50% of antibiotic yield to help to increase the quality of the stream and the selling price. And we can increase the traceability of the seafood industry to help the end-user customer more confident to eat the stream. And to obtain this impact, we have clear deployment plan. In the short term, we need 200K to apply our solution in our Temasek pilot. And next, we need another 150K for expand our solution in several farms in the Mekong Delta area. And in the long term, we need another 75K for the communication support and marketing support together with the expanding of our lab service system. And except for the support from our investor, we need about 220K USD more to employ our solution. And we will also use the huge advantage of our media platform for deploying our project. And this is our team. Our team is young, passionate, and have a deep experience in agriculture. And we work together for more than 4 years, heading to our mission to drive in the sustainable agriculture in Vietnam. And I have more material and information to share with you. And I love to discuss with you more in the Q&A question. Thank you so much for your listening.
Thank you, Team Temasek. And now let's dive into the Q&A section.
I have 2 questions. Can you share a bit more about your go-to-market strategy? How do you convince farmers? How do you gain their trust to use your solution? That's 1. And 2, what are your thoughts? Can you share a bit more about your plans to expand to the bigger part of the ecosystem? I think there's both input and offtake as well. And how do you think you'll go about doing that?
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. For your question about go-to-market solution, firstly, we have a huge advantage of the media platform. Like we use our media platform, and we have a great connection with the Vietnamese government. So at the first time we were launching our product, we used our media platform and the relationship with the Vietnamese government, because the government, each province, they have a agriculture extension center. Each province, each district, they have an extension center. And Temasek is number one, and the firstly company is that we provide the full set of IoT device and for the digital transformation in agriculture. And the government, when they go to talk with a farmer, like every week, every month, about like the digital transformation, they take us together with them. And we show them, we show the farmer, you can image in the stream farming community, like 100 pond. There's just several people, one or two people, they have like a high reputation in the community. So we show them, we show the community, and we apply our solution to the pond of the people that have high reputation in the community. And then they show the community like the visual value, visual benefit. Because the farmer, at the first time we talk with them, they don't really believe it. Of course, it don't really, because it's really new. It takes time for educate the market. But after they see the visual or like convenient, the symbol, and the cost saving and other things when they apply the head of the community, they apply our solution, is in front of their eyes, So they are easy for us to like convene them in the next meeting. And another go-to-market about it. This is the online and offline together. Like online, our website, temasek.com, is the number one media website for the agriculture industry. More than 70% of people working in the agriculture industry visit us. And we are the top 5 website in the agriculture industry in the world. And now we expanding, after testing our pilot, we expanding our go-to-market with the lab service center. With the lab service center, we provide the disease screening, water analysis for the stream farmer. Like in one area of stream farmer, including about 400 to 600 farmer, we have one lab satellite station. In lab station, we have technical support. We have stream screening, disease support, water quality, and everything can help the farmer, can go directly to the farmer to help them how to use our software, our IoT device to optimize the cost and to receive the benefit from our solution quickly. This is to go-to-market strategy that we do parallel or together now. And I'm pretty sorry, I forgot your second question.
Do you have plans to move into the input and output and off-take parts of the business?
Yeah. With the Farmex e-commerce platform, we have two business models. The first one is the e-commerce platform. Like now in the market, the stream farmer, they really depend on the local like agent, middle agent. Like in the diameter of 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, they take stuff from them farming, but the quality is not warranty. And they must pay for the very high interest because they don't give cash in the first time. They will pay the middle agent when they have the stream. But with our e-commerce platform, we have more than 200 SKU on our e-commerce platform. And each e-commerce platform, when they put deposit in our e-commerce platform, we check the quality. And we can deliver it to the farmer very easy. And we have another trading business model. Like we exclusive distributor of several big brand in Vietnam and can give the farmer with better price to them, help them to save in the cost. I hope that it can answer you.
Thank you very much, team.
Thank you so much.
So what are our judges thinking about their solution? We'll find out in the feedback session afterward. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to the next team in track 2. Neo Rise from Vietnam They are designing organic and negative emission rice cultivation process that save cost and are easy to implement. Sounds very interesting, right? So ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to welcome on stage Neo Rice from Vietnam.
Thank you, MC. Thank you, MC. Why use chemical? Why create emission? What if we don't have to? I'm Nguyen, founder of Neurai and the holding company ASA. Today, I present to you Neurai, the reason why rider don't need to compromise. Rice fish half of the world, yes, faces for big problem: chemical pollution, greenhouse gas emission, soil degradation, and farmer destitution. That's why billions of dollars invested in solution, but no comprehensive answer until now. Neurai, a USDA organic rice cultivation process designed for cost saving, labor saving, and ease of use. Neurai also has negative emission. It sequesters more carbon into the soil than release greenhouse gases. Under Vera VM42, a method to get both carbon credit and improved soil. Neurai combines one core technologies and two additions. The core is our ASA rice cultivation process. It reduces seed, fertilizer, emission, labor, and up to 100% of pesticide. About 2,000 hectares have been used. Half of them are official demonstration projects supported by the government. We use natural minerals and EM. We also apply a new method to spraying powder called flying line at the animation above. It can cover 1 hectare for just 10 minutes. It's a 5-year research project. The only one in the private sector has been approved by the Ministry of Agriculture so far. On our products are unrelated. The first edition is Azula. It provides free organic nitrogen and also reduce emission. The second edition is Biochar. It stably improves soil and also reduces CH4. So all of these combine into Neurai process with just one on purple input called neo fertilizer. Combine on. The cost is about 400 USD per hectare. Our gross margin is about 50 to 75%. Farmer can save $200. So, compared to all the practices, we cut costs up to $200. No harmful chemical. We heal the soil, highest farmer income, and we are outstanding at carbon credit up to 10 per season. About the project, we have a detailed 3-season roadmap to calibrate, validate, and demonstrate our Neurai process under 150 hectares at Cao Lãnh, Đồng Tháp. The project will deliver the complete Neurai process, about 1,000 tons of COS, CO2 sequestered, 2,000 carbon credit, and 3,000 tons of grant. Mostly self-funded by my group of company, Cẩm Châu Agri Group. We have assembled a world-class team of experts in Azula, Biochar, carbon modeling, soil science. We also cooperate with Ho Chi Minh City Biotechnology Center and Cửu Long RRI. So our milestone, because if we want to change a right change, we need a complete right ecosystem. This means we need to provide inputs, to provide services, and also we are the buyer. So by 2025, Neurai will separate from ASA to create a comprehensive infrastructure, including one neo fertilizer factory, 50 cooperatives, and one and unorganic dry export facility. By 2028, we aim to convert about 80,000 hectares, about 1% of Vietnamese rice each year, potentially generating about $16 billion in invest in margin. So we invite you to join us to create a richer river with less chemical and less emission. Thank you for your attention.
Perfect timing. And now let's move on to the Q&A section. The judges, are you ready?
Yeah, the first question is, are you growing rice for people to eat or growing rice to sell carbon credit?
Thank you, Mr. Thong. Yes, we grow in rice for people to eat, and we sell carbon credit just for increasing the rice can buy for the farmer. Thank you.
So related to the question about growing rice for people to eat,
Yes.
all the new things they are doing with the fertilizer, soil augmentation, biochar,
Yeah.
does all these things lead to a higher yield, an
Yes.
increase in yield of the production of rice?
Yes. For our about 2,000 hectares has been demonstrated. Our yields is not lower than traditional chemical practices. Yes.
So in terms of reduction of the greenhouse gas emissions,
Yes.
your whole combination of all that you do, what is the key thing there that you think is the one that is responsible for reducing less methane gas emission?
We also develop about 5 factors in our process to reduce CH4 and increase SOC. It include the first, we also use HBD. Second, natural minerals. It include calcium, sulfur, copper. We also use EM. It's the rhodo and azobacter. We also use biochar and azula. Each of the factor can reduce CH4 about 10 to 20%.
Assume that there is a verification. Then the question is, how many carbon credit can you create per hectare? And how much per carbon credit?
How much per carbon credit? I can answer the first question about how many carbon credit I can create per hectare. Because we use different methodology. It's called Vera VM42, not gold standard CDM. It can create more carbon if we sequester more carbon into the soil and minus for the CH4 release. So about 10 per season. Because we also incorporating the straw and azula into the soil, but very soon. So minus for the CS4. And about how much the price of carbon credits, we are working with some buyer, but not yet. It's just about 5 USD per carbon credit. Yeah.
In your experiment and your prototyping,
Yeah.
you have used alternate wetting and drying. Yeah. Have you tried drip irrigation as a means to achieve your biostimulation for your rice cultivation?
Sorry,
drip irrigation.
Drip irrigation?
Drip.
No. We just use AWD, but not dripping. It's so expensive.
So just alternate wet and
Yes,
dry.
right. But not just AWD. It's more about that. It's 5 factors: natural, mineral, HWD, azula, biochar, for example. Thank you. So, thank you. Thank you for my family being here. Also my child. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neo Rise, for your presentation showcasing your solutions. And up next, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite on stage the next team of Track 2, Forte Biotech from Singapore and Vietnam, with their on-site rapid diagnostic test for early detection of prawn diseases. Please.
Good afternoon. I'm Kit from Forte Biotech. And at Forte, we make disease management easy for farmers. I'd like to introduce you to our friend, Mr. Phuc. Mr. Phuc is a dedicated, experienced farmer with many years of experience farming prawns. He uses many of the top-of-the-range equipment, such as water sensors, auto feeders, and various forms of automation. However, he still has a big problem. His prawns often fall sick. Some of these illnesses could cause him to lose his crop within just 24 hours. The current gold standard of diagnosing diseases is through lab-based PCR tests, but very often these are too slow and too expensive for the farmers to undertake regularly. Mr. Phuc needs a solution that allows him to screen, solve, and sell. We provide that. With our system, farmers can run the test on-site by themselves regularly. They can then find out what the problem is and solve it early. This way, despite the presence of diseases, they can harvest every batch they start, and as a result, ensure continuous cash flow. Our product, Rapid, is developed in collaboration with farmers like Mr. Phuc, as well as the National University of Singapore. With our system, farmers can take any sample, whether it's the prawns or the water that the prawns grow in. They can then conduct a DNA extraction and detect the DNA of the viruses and bacteria that cause diseases. Our system takes around 90 minutes to deliver a result, which is much faster than what the competition is. Furthermore, certain on-site PCR systems, such as GeneReach, is too expensive and too complicated for the farmers to deploy on their own. We have launched this product since March this year, and since then, we have already made an impact. Mr. Phuc has realized that by using less antibiotics and more screening, he's able to grow his prawns to a larger size. This increases his profit nearly 2 times. Not only that, he has been able to reduce his carbon emissions by nearly 80% because he's now able to treat diseases like EHP before it wastes too much of his feed. We have around 100 customers since we launched this product in March. Our pilot is about helping these farmers use our products better. There are 2 scopes to this. The first is improving our test kits. At the moment, it takes around 90 minutes to deliver a result. And not only that, there are around 10 steps. It's still a bit complicated for the farmers to do it themselves, but it's at least on site. With our new system, farmers are able to get results within just 15 minutes. And not only that, we reduce the steps by nearly half. Furthermore, our collaboration with DXD Hub, an agency with the Agency of Science and Technology Research in Singapore, allows us to provide quantitative results, which allow the farmers to determine the intensity of the disease. If it's serious, they just harvest straight away. If it's mild, they can put medication. And best of all, if there's no disease, they can carry on as normal. With this and together, the new machine, the new test, and our existing app allows us to collect information. And we believe that this new usable format allows us to target 100 new farmers from what we already have. So with 200 farmers providing us this stream of data, we are then able to build risk models. This is where we feel the exciting future to be. Because without risk, we can't provide financing. Without financing, farmers can't upgrade their farms. Farmers can't get insurance. And we believe that in the $6.4 billion prawn market in Vietnam, this is an underserved sector. So for most of the budget, it goes to the development of the test kits, the devices, as well as the rolling out of the products by our team, which Michael and I are very fortunate to lead. It's a testament to the work of the team that we are able to share this stage with 10-year veterans such as Deb Buck. You know, it's a testament to the work that Dr. Christina and Dr. Oh have put in on the technical side, that we are able to produce products that give consistent results to the most important member of our team, the farmers. We want to allow these farmers to farm better, and this pilot is the first step to that. We want to allow the farmers to farm sustainably, to feed themselves, their families, the society at large. I'm Kit from Forte Biotech, and we make disease management and prevention easy for farmers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Forte Biotech. And now we're waiting for the questions from our panel of judges, please.
Well, thank you very much, Kit, for a very good, clear presentation. In this whole process, do you own any IP?
Yes, this IP is developed together with NUS, and we have an exclusive license with NUS to, market these products.
Yeah, okay. So as in all PCR tests for this case, what is your specificity and your sensitivity, or false positive and false negative?
That is a great question. So for our specificity, right, we are able to get accurate results around 75% of the time on the field. This is for the first generation prototype. But with our new model that we are developing, we are able to increase this up to around 80% because we are cutting out the human error part of it. With less steps, less error. So I think that's, first of all, we provide results on the field. Sometimes you may have some human error. That is understandable. But the best thing is our products are very affordably priced. So in the event that farmers are not sure about the result, they can run the test again and then compare the results. So that's how we mitigate this error rate. For detection limits, we are able to detect from 500 copies of DNA onwards. So this is actually comparable to some of the PCR kits that we have purchased on the market here in Vietnam and done the testing with.
As you know, in conducting PCR tests, there's a bit of skill involved, how you extract your sample and how you prepare your thing and so on. So do you foresee this as a problem for the farmers or the people who are working in the farm, the technician in the farm, to be able to carry out the proper PCR test and reduce the error rate?
I think that's the main challenge with these products, actually.
Yeah.
And we have been very mindful to actually take a different design process. Very often, people take something from the lab and say, hey, this is easy, I can do it, lah, right? And then take it to the farm. But some of these people don't realize that they are already experts in this field. What we've done is to take an opposite process. What can the farmer do? And then from there, we design the processes and the technology such that we can match their skill levels already. So we've tested this with farmers in Vietnam, we've tested this with farmers in Malaysia, we've tested this with farmers in Indonesia, and we've tested this with farmers who are a bit tipsy. And we have realized that across this few categories of farmers, everyone can do the test accurately.
That's good to hear. And have you done anything in terms of ruggedizing the machine, because you're going to deploy it in a shrimp farm, weather, outdoor, and so on?
Yeah, definitely. So we have the current machines. We have actually redesigned it. It used to be 3D printed. Now it's made of sheet metal. In fact, I tell my team not to drop the machine. If not, the floor may get cracked. So that's the sort of ruggedization we take. We know that the farms are very salty, very wet, and we need to really take action to that. Yeah, you can see it, version 3. It's on there. Yeah. But the new machine that we developed together with A-Star is also being designed upon this same principles. We just had a conversation with them before we came to talk about the machine stuff, and then, this is the sort of mindset that we want to have with regards to the machines.
What is your business model in terms of scaling these and reaching out to more farmers? Yeah.
That's a great question. So I think so far we have been very lucky. We've got a good product. The market has been coming to us. So we've gotten queries from Indonesia, we've gotten queries from Malaysia, even as far afield as Mauritius, we have been getting queries. So I think there is a certain need that we are fulfilling across very diverse range of farmers. In terms of how we want to how our business model works, in Vietnam, this is where we are focusing on. As we've mentioned earlier in the slide about our future plans, we do think that managing risk and determining risk will allow us the greatest potential. Very often now, we have solutions that allow us to detect water parameters, weather parameters, and feed amount and all that. But that's like saying the temperature of this room will mean how many people here have COVID, which doesn't really correlate well. We measure the root cause of losses in most of the prawn farms. And with that, we are then able to offer solutions that are risk-based, such as financing, insurance, and we think that's where the market really is.
Well, talking about COVID, there are two parts to it. One is to detect,
yes,
which is what you're doing. You detect COVID, you detect a disease, and the other part is the treatment or the vaccine or the cure. So your solution is, if I may, I don't want to sound unkind, it's half a solution. You detect the thing, and then what do you do after that?
Correct. I fully agree with you. We will be the most useless doctors in the world if we keep telling people if they are sick.
Yeah.
That's why we partner together with
many of these partners in the Singapore industry, such as Peptobiotics, such as Teora, to offer therapeutics down to farmers. And not only that, we can measure the efficacy of their therapeutics.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Once again, congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, so that's the end of track 2. We're now moving on to the next track, track 3, circular economy and waste management. So first of all, I'd like to invite a team from India who will be joining us online, Green Pot Labs. They are creating bioactive solution packaged in sachets to create shelf life of fruits and vegetables. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's connect with Green Pot Labs. So are you ready, Green Pot Labs?
Yes.
Okay, over to you.
You guys are able to see. Awesome. Thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity. Really appreciate it. This is Deepak Rajmohan, founder CEO of Green Pot Labs. I want to start with the problem that about 32% of fruits and vegetables produced in Vietnam is lost before it reaches consumer. And that's costing the country about $3.9 billion. That's equivalent to about 2% of Vietnam GDP. And it contributes about 16% to 16 million tons of greenhouse gas emission. It's a massive, massive problem, and this is what we are trying to solve. What we have done is we have developed a biotechnology-based active packaging, which activates the immune system within the fruit and vegetable to slow down the ripening rate on one side and minimize any microbial growth on the other hand, to extend the shelf life of fruits and vegetables during transport and storage. The underlying technology or science what we're using is called defense mechanism, which is very similar to a human immune system. Every fruit and vegetable has its own inbuilt defense mechanism, which is triggered by volatile communication between one plant and another plant. So what we do is we replicate this volatile communication through our product to activate the defense mechanism within the fruit and vegetable after post-harvest. We do that in 3 steps. We identify a specific defense mechanism in each fruit and vegetable. We develop a proprietary formulation using plant extracts and plant polymers. We use data to precisely customize for each crop and for each commodity. Our product comes in a small sachet form, similar to the one what I'm holding. These sachets are dropped inside a fruit or vegetable crate. And our average product pricing is about like 2050 Vietnam dollars, and our gross margin is about like 45%. Our business model is direct B2B customer segments. On top of the overall product functionality, we've also taken a lot of steps in terms of product safety. All our ingredients are US FDA GRAS compliant and 100% natural and edible. We make sure the product does not leave any residue on the crop and it does not impact the nutrition as well. We have 6 patents on the technology and several grants and awards on the technology as well. We've already developed the product for about 13 crops, and we've commercialized 4 products, and then we're launching more products in the next few years. On average, we can extend the shelf life by a factor of 40 to 60% at ambient temperatures, 35 degrees Celsius. That can eliminate any need for cold storage, cold supply chain. And these are the product values, right? So we can extend the shelf life of fruits and vegetables by a factor of 40 to 60%. We can reduce the spoilage because of over-ripening and microbial growth by a factor of 80%. And our product works at a wide range of temperature between 8 degrees Celsius to 40 degrees Celsius, eliminating any external cooling or cooling technology. And we can provide a 4 to 5x ROI on the product investment. Looking at the competitive landscape, we check all the boxes of being cost-effective, easy to adopt, plant-based, working at room temperatures, and targeted. Our approach of developing products customized for each fruit and vegetable is helping us develop more root cause assessment. Our project scope is divided into 2 objectives. 1, enabling the tropical fruit exports from Vietnam to other international markets like Singapore, China, and other Asian markets. We specifically focus on 3 key commodities like dragon fruit, mango, and banana. And we want to make sure that the product consistency and quality is maintained during the long distance transport. And second was enabling the National Action for Zero Hunger Challenge by 2025 by minimizing the food losses, by enabling the dragon fruit and banana farmers and farmer cooperatives to store and transport food at ambient temperatures, eliminating any need for cold storage and cold supply chain. We've already been in touch with about 4 companies like Troy, Kemro, Foodmap, and Kevico. And Troy is accepted to do a pilot with our technology, and we'll be initiating that pilot soon. So this is a timeline of launching 3 phases of pilots and then eventually expanding towards commercial large-scale production. So the outcomes are 2 fronts. 1, developing a product that can extend the shelf life of dragon fruit, banana, and mango for long-distance sea export. And second, reducing the spoilage of dragon fruit and banana at ambient temperatures and extending the shelf life by 50%. And through this project, we can preserve close to about 50 tons of fresh produce and increase the shelf life by 50% and reduce about 44 tons of greenhouse gas emission. We're looking at about like 4.89 grant requirement, and we'll be investing about 1.62 Vietnam billion dollars on our technology as well. So the project impact in next 5 years from the two objectives. Objective one, we can increase the like exports by a factor of 20% and increase the economic generation by a factor of like $112 million. And on the domestic side, we can reduce the spoilage by 10% and save about 300 tons of fresh produce in the country. This is a leadership team with the deep experience in biotechnology, agriculture, and farming. I want to end by saying that we strongly believe food waste is a preventable problem, and we are working towards that. Supporting us would help us solve the problem for Vietnam and expand to other countries as well. Thank you so much. I'm not able to hear the questions. Hello?
Maybe.
Yeah, I can hear you now, yes.
Okay, cool. So my question is a little bit more, digging a little bit deeper. Do you consider this addressing post-harvest loss? Is it a biopesticide, or is this really a transportation solution? So trying to wrap my mind around what you're actually addressing. And there's a second step to this. Have you compared this to other solutions, such as reducing the oxygen, if it's transport, or comparing it to cold storage? So just getting a little more color around what you're doing.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. So thank you so much. Thanks for the question. So we predominantly look at post-harvest losses. And within the post-harvest losses, we are focused on the logistics and storage. So this is the product what we have developed. And these products are customized for each fruit and vegetable to extend the shelf life. For few commodities, you need to slow down the ripening rate. For few commodities, you need to control the microbiome. Based on the crop's requirement, we develop a product. So it's not like a one solution which fits all, but we predominantly focus on the post-harvest side. And to answer the second question, comparing between other technologies, we have done testings at cold storage, and we are able to extend the shelf life beyond cold storage. That's one. Second, cold storage does not control spoilage like microbial growth and other texture losses, but our product will control that as well. So that's a differentiator what we bring to the table.
So that's the first question. Any more questions to come?
Hello, just to clarify, you need to customize this for different types of fruits and vegetables. Is that correct? Or is it it's not
That's
a one size fits all kind of thing? Okay.
The product is different for different fruits and vegetables. The formulation within the sachets are different for different fruits and vegetables.
Okay.
And so in this context, how many formulation have you come up with, or for how many fruits or how many vegetables altogether?
We've already developed for about 13 crops, and we've commercialized 4 out of them in India.
Yeah. Price-wise, how much does it cost per sachet?
Yeah, so the average pricing is about 2,050 Vietnam dollars. Average pricing. That will control the spoilage for about 20 kg of commodity.
The question is, when can we have this draft for durian?
Yeah, so the technology can be developed for durian as well. So far, we have not worked on it, but we can definitely develop a product for durian. So we have already developed the product for avocados, we have developed for dragon fruit and banana. So durian would love to explore and develop the product for sure.
Just, I'm not sure if you have said this before, but typically, say for container of fruits, how many of these sachets will be needed?
Sure, sure. So it depends on the size of the container. So certain commodities,
20 footers.
20.
Say 20
yeah,
footer.
so 20, Yeah, 20 footer, usually about like 20 tons is what it'll be there in that. So in that, you'll be adding about close to about 1,000 sachets.
Sorry, did you say what's the cost of one sachet again? 250,000 Vietnam dong?
No, $2,050. 2,050 Vietnam dollars.
2,050.
Yes.
Vietnam dong. Okay, okay. So 10 cents, less than 10 cents. Okay.
Less than 10 cents, yeah. So for the 20 kgs,
I mean, for a big container, like a 20 feeder or like a 40 feeder, right? Can you make a bigger sachet and put it in there instead of having like smaller sachets? That will waste actually the packaging as well.
Sure. It's definitely challenging from that perspective because the sachets would release gases. Those gases have to be maintained within the small container. So developing a bigger size might be challenging. Maybe we can change the product form. We can have like a electric-based volatile diffuser or something. But the sachet-wise, it has to be for the 20 kgs or 25 kgs size.
Okay, a big round of applause for Team Green Pot Labs. Thank you very much for sharing with us your innovative solutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
So coming up next, we will have a team coming from Malaysia who will also join us online, Origo Eco. Ladies and gentlemen, Origo is creating wood-free shipping pallet using rice husk and agri-waste. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Team Origo Eco. Origo, are you there? And are you ready?
Hi, I'm here, I'm ready.
Okay, so over to you, Origo, please.
Okay, thanks. Okay, good afternoon, esteemed judges. I'm YT Law, the founder and the CEO of Origo Eco. I'm here today to share the unique Origo pallet solutions. Oops. Okay, do you know that there are 770 million tons of rice produced annually around the globe? With that, there are 154 million tons of rice husk. This is the agricultural waste that just sit there wait for disposal or burn. In 2020 itself, there are 42 million tons of rice husk produced in Vietnam, and every year there are 9 million tons of the rice husk available in Vietnam. Okay, let's look at the deforestation issue now. In 2022 itself, Vietnam had lost 120,000 hectares of natural forest, which equals to 66.6 metric tons of CO2 emissions. What does it mean? For the past 21 years, Vietnam had lost 21% of tree cover and had 2.35 gigatons of CO2 emissions. This is a very serious problem, and here we should look into the solutions to cut down the deforestation issue. What are the problems that Origo is trying to solve? Origo wants to make sure that we can use the agricultural waste correctly so that it won't send it to burn, which cause a lot more CO2 emissions. You know what? Every 2 tons of rice husk burning will cause 1.6 tons of CO2 emissions. Origo also wants to cut down the deforestation, especially deforestation for the purpose of making shipping pallet. We need more trees to increase our oxygen contents in the air, which involve large scale of photosynthesis process by the trees to reduce the CO2 concentrations. Our current CO2 concentrations in atmosphere is 421 ppm, which had increased 50% since mid-18th century. Let's look at what is actually happening in the impact of deforestation towards to the global shipping pallet markets, which is huge. There's a lot of issues are coming from the use of the wooden shipping pallet. There are 5 billion pallets used globally and 90% of it actually is wooden type. As a result, there are 170 million trees are felled per year to make 600 million pieces of wooden pallet. Here is how we look into the change to the marketplace. Ta-da! Okay, so introduce our Origo pallet, the world's first sustainable wood-free shipping pallet that comes with traceability features. Why Origo pallet are so special? First, it is a wood-free solutions. 100% non-wood product, no need deforestation anymore, 100% made of agricultural waste, and we turn waste into gold. Second, is fumigation-free, no more toxic chemicals required to kill all the potential pests. Is heat-treated during the manufacturer's process itself. Third, our binding solutions is urea formaldehyde-free solutions, which is suitable for double circular process as a recycled material in the future or back to the farm or orchard as a compost soil. And fourth, every pallet comes with a unique code as their unique identity, which traceable by our Origo pallet applications. By having these traceability features, the apps can show the life cycle of the particular pallet, starting from manufacturing date, where is this manufactured, material used, how many cycles being used, and finally, where and when does this dispose for the double circular purpose. On top of this traceability also allow our corporate client to generate ESG report via our apps to claim their ESG effort in CO2 emissions reduction program. Let me quote an example. Every 8 Origo pallet that our client replace with then the corporate actually saving 1 trees, which equivalent to 22 kg of CO2 emissions. And finally, and the most important one, Origo pallet actually is a cost-effective solutions, which can be cheaper than the wooden pallet in many countries, which the similar weight load and durability. And we are expecting that actually wooden pallet will be getting more expensive in the future because of the scarcity of the wood resources. And it comes with a nestable design that would help in reducing the shipping cost per pallet, and it can fit into 1,200 pallets into a 140-footed containers compared to 300 to 400 normal wooden pallet in the same size of containers. Oh yeah, Origo pallet has won the DHL Fast Forward Challenge 2023 as the champion back in April this year. So who are they that going to use the Origo pallet? Theoretically, okay, everyone in the logistic and warehouse industry, manufacturing industry, as well as a pallet renting industry will be our Origo pallet client. This is cheaper and sustainable solutions and with all the great features above.
So time is up. So I'd like to bring the presentation to a conclusion here. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Origo.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah.
So now we're moving on to the Q&A section.
Hi. Just ask the first question. In terms of price, how does it compare with the pallets that are available in the market now?
Okay, I put it this way, because pallet price actually is very different in every country. I put the average price of a wooden pallet of $10 to $13. Our target price of our Origo pallet will be range from $9 to $10. So it will be 10 to 20% cheaper than the wooden pallet.
In terms of performance, I mean, the pallets are designed for carrying certain weight loads and under certain condition, durability, and so on. So have you done any study about how your pallet will compare with what is out in the market?
Okay, for our standard, as per our planning, our standard pallet actually having a similar weight load as what the wooden pallet is having. And the good thing is actually we can customize the pallet to the customer requirement based on the weight load or the size. For example, we have an inquiry come from a Torre, which are plastic racing makers that actually they want a pallet to fit for the 4 tons of the weight load. From our study, we can customize for them.
But if you look at what you call it bioplastic pallet, but how do you compete with the real plastic pallet that's in the market right now? It's petroleum-based plastic, but it's durable, it'll be used for a long time, and it's cheaper, and so on.
In fact, actually, as what I understand, plastic pallet actually is not cheaper than the wooden pallet. First, actually, then the second part actually is not sustainable. When it comes to the durability, our pellet actually is as durable as a wooden pellet as well, because actually it can be sustained to it can be used up to 10 to 20 cycles. The pellet will be damaged due to the humans. It's not due to the pellet itself. It's not, when we claim that actually is a natural or a wood-free solution, it doesn't mean that actually it only can use for one time. It can use for multiple times as well.
Have you have any partners or off-taker who says, if you produce these, I'm going to partner you and I'll buy X quantity from you? Any off-takers?
Exactly. We have already received a LOI for 100,000 pieces of pellet per month. And I just have another potential client just visit me 3 days ago that actually they order 150,000 pieces of pellet per month, and they are from Singapore.
Yeah. And how do you intend to expand this and reach out to the rest of the market?
In fact, actually, we as long as actually we have the manufacturing facility with the enough resources, like we can partner with Loctroy as a part of the Right House supply, and with all the facilities that actually we can set up in Vietnam, then we are able to fit into the demands of the pellet market. As what I shared just now, pellet market actually is very huge. They require 600 million pieces of pellet per year.
Yeah. Maybe I'll leave some time for my fellow judges to ask any questions.
Okay, there is one question that your pellet is based on the cost of the husk. So what is the ceiling cost? What is the maximum cost of husk that can make your pellet become no more competition?
What you mean that actually, yes, there's a two component in the material. One actually is a right husk, and the other part will be our formulated binding agent. I would to say that actually the ratio of the right husk to the binding agent is 17:1. And the cost will be, in average, we are talking about, in overall cost, okay, of the material, we are talking about less than $4, including the binding agent.
So does it mean that the cost of 1 kilogram of husk now is about $8 cents?
80 cents, yes.
8 cents. So how
8
much
cents
can
is
we...
per kg of
yeah, per kg.
8 cents. I think 80 cents, right?
80 cents per pallet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
so
right,
how
yeah.
much it make it become no more competitive? Because husk is in very competitive now. The price of husk is increasing.
I see. Okay, then I think that is the part that actually we can try to keep on improving on the formulations of the binding agent to decrease the formulation cost.
Thank you very much. Another big round of applause for Origo. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the last presentation in the pitching round. Will be a team from Vietnam, RX Carbon, who are making cost-comparable fossil-based plastic replacement from bio-waste. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to RX Carbon from Vietnam.
So, good afternoon, churches and everyone. My name is Nguyen, co-founder of RX. So, this is one of the clients that we are working with. So, they have the problem with their agri-waste treatment. So, they want to turn it into a valuable product. And this company also represents the Vietnam waste situation here. The majority is still using for burning and dumping that release the CO2 into the atmosphere. So with RX know-how that we can turn this into valuable biomaterial and reduce the emission. Yeah, so from rice husk, sawdust, coffee ground, through the process of polymerization, so we turn it into biomaterial. So we shorten the process and optimize production, that we keep the cost down. That is the main barrier why bioplastic is not available on the market, because of the cost. So we make it affordable. So we have our own formula to push up the bio content because the agri waste is so cheap. So the more bio we put into, the lower the cost of the biomaterial. And we also have the technique to modify the machine. And all the machine on the market can go up to 50% of the biomass. But with formula and we modify the machine, we can put up to 80%. So we believe that when we get some traction, we will be challenged by competitor and copycat. So we need to raise up the bar. And the plastic industry is currently divided into two. On the one hand is petrochemical company, low cost. On the other hand is biomaterial company, high price. So we positioning AirX as a disruptor because we want to make bioplastic is more affordable and bringing it to the mass market. So the good company often come out of the good market. So these are three kinds of bioplastic that we are targeting at. We are targeting at packaging, consumer good, and biodegradable. So this is TTC is the company that acquired for 50% of the sugar market share in Vietnam. And they want to make a biodegradable film that can be degraded on the field after 6 months. So they want to turn it from conventional plastic. So we make the product and we save for the client about 20% of the cost. So the project scale is 50,000 hectares. And successfully implementing this project, we can enter the packaging segment, which is quite significant in the plastic industry. So for a project timeline for the year 2024, we will set up our pilot factory, running 3 formula and testing on the film. And on the year 2025, we are ready for mass production and then roll out for industrial scale for the year to come. So at project level, we expect to deliver good amount of bioplastic to meet the client demand. At the same time, we're recycling about 10,000 tons of agri-waste a year that promotes sustainable farming. And also that we store the carbon, about 16,000 tons a year. Yeah, so the project finance is breakdown as follows. So the total investment could be from competition, our internal resource, and external funding. So 60% of the funding will be for pilot factory and R&D. 40% will be using for operation and working capital. So when we build up the pilot factory, we must take full advantage of that. And thus, we also have other projects down the line here. So we can see here that some footwear company that we offer them a material with 50% of the cost of the material that they have to import from overseas. So why these local and global companies choose to work with AirX, a young startup? Because we offer a solution that less price competitive to the other. We can see here that our plastic compared to other bioplastic company is lower. And the second reason is that many companies have made a public commitment about their environmental footprint. So our biomaterial well fit with the ESG strategy. So for each ton of biomaterial, we can store up to 3 tons of CO2. And this has been certified by a European agency. So at the company level, we expect to quadruple our revenue for next year and keep this momentum for the years to come. So when the company go into stable operation, we expect the net margin about 20%. So we currently have 4 people on our team, me and my co-founder on the commercial side. The other 2 PhDs on technical side. But we need more talent and investors to join our team to execute the above plan. So we just launched the commercialize our biomaterial this year, and we have gained some recognition from different competition. And I'm optimistic that we will continue to maintain this level for the years to come. So we are decarbonizing the plastic industry and changing the future of polymer. The future must be green, and the time is now. So you all can join us to see how sustainable bioplastic can be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, AirX Carbon. And now, we're waiting for the questions.
I have to say, it's just a wow presentation. So, maybe the question is then, what are some of the top key challenges that you see and you foresee to scale your business up? I know you're at the very early days of the business and you have some MOU in the pipeline. So what are the key challenges you see, that will make your company, cannot grow or grow very slow in the future?
One thing I say that we are B2B business and we customize the material for the company. So the time for customizing the material to commercial scale, it takes a little bit of time. Yeah. So, and more importantly, the head of the company must have the commitment to switch to green production or green transformation. So I mean that the head of the company have to have a commitment to do that. In terms of price, we firmly believe that in Vietnam market, if anyone can provide a price that we can offer lower than that. Yeah.
Then the follow-up question, right? So you said the C level of the company, you need the support and the endorsement from the person, right? And then, you know, if I'm a CEO of a big corporate, I care a lot about my top line, about other kind of regulations that I have to stick to.
Yeah.
So where is the regulation to, compared to your standard of, being green or recyclable or sustainable?
Yeah. As we can see here, all our client is FDI company or the company that export product overseas. So in the market like EU and Japan, they already have the law, and this company have to abide by that law. So we design the material for this market. Yeah. So for the market that already have the law is where we are. Yeah.
So where is the law now? Sorry, I have to get to the details, right? So where is the law now? The law is here, you are here. How far are you with the law?
Actually, we meet the requirement of the law. For example, in Japan, the product must be over 50% of the bio, so it's not classified as plastic anymore. So the importer pay less tax in Japan market. In EU, if the product want to declare bio-based, it must be 25% of the bio-based inside. So we meet the requirement for that. Yeah, that's why how we have the client from EU. Yeah.
Thank you. We are waiting for the next questions from our panel of judges, please.
Yeah, maybe a question from my side. So one thing I've seen in the market is that, let's say if someone wants to import from Vietnam to US, California actually has high standards on packaging and recycling. So this is something that's popped up as kind of like a gap in the market. Is this something that you're also looking at?
Yeah, actually, we have clients globally, and when they come to us, we listen to their demand. So they give us a checklist of maybe 10 to 20 demand of the checklist. So we design the material to fit that market. Yeah. So we work from the client demand. Not like all the companies, they just try to make the product and then going to sell. We listen to the client and we design the material for the client. I mean, on mass scale.
Just as one more thing for the US market, there's a USDA standard for the US market. If a customer use our material for their end products, they can use our test for their product as well, so that they don't have to test again for USDA. Thank you.
Any more questions from our judges?
One question is how much you need to produce 1 ton of bioplastic?
You mean the cost?
Investment cost.
Yeah.
How much you invest to factory to produce 1 ton of carbon plastic, bioplastic?
Yeah. For the pilot factory I'm presenting here, the total investment about 450K, a near $500,000 USD for a factory of 100 ton a month, 100 ton of bioplastic a month. Yeah.
So your target market is to sell to the plastic factory or to sell to the end user?
We selling material to plastic factory. We don't do the final product because we can compete with our client. Yeah. And I think that with Luxury that we think that we can have a good business to recycling about 200,000 tons of agri waste with Luxury. Yeah. I think that we can have that kind of project. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, RX Carbon. So ladies and gentlemen, we have just witnessed an exciting round of pitching. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to ask you to give all our finalists a big round of applause for their efforts, for their solutions, their contribution to the net zero commitment, as well as to a more sustainable future. Ladies and gentlemen, as we wrap up the pitching part, we are now going to have a short break. So our panel of judges will be heading to the discussion room to deliberate on the incredible presentations that we have seen. And for all of you, our guests, we'd like to invite you to take a short break outside maybe to enjoy some fresh air or to grab a refreshing drink. It's very important for you to recharge and get ready for the upcoming session. So, at 4:20, please come back here for a unique and fun winning team prediction session hosted by Ms. Tu Ngo, General Partner of Touchstone. And now it's time for you to relax and network with your fellow attendees. And please come back here at 4:20. Thank you. prediction session, where some of our hosts and guests will come to the stage and discuss our teams. And now we'd like to invite on stage Ms. Tu Ngo, General Partner of Touchstone Partners, Mr. Zachary Lee, Investment Manager at Radical Fund, and Mr. Jeremy Sim, Director of Innovation at Mistletoe. Okay, so let's hear some prediction from our host and our guests. Over to you.
Hi, everyone. Hello? Can you all hear me? Okay. Do you guys have good coffee, good chat just now? Okay. The judges are actually here, so I find it a bit funny that we're doing, kind of like a sport commentary prediction session in front of them. So before we start, may I know the two gentlemen sitting next to me, who are you? Where are you from? Why are you here?
Sure, thanks. Hi, everybody. It's really a pleasure to be here. My name is Zachary. I'm from the Radical Fund, and we are an early stage VC, investing in an inclusive climate transition for Southeast Asia. Right? So generally, we invest in anything from pre-seed to pre-series A. We do both climate adaptation and climate mitigation, but also overlay with another lens of inclusivity angle. We have a preference for Southeast Asian founders, local founders, because we believe that local founders can better contextualize the solutions and better empathize to scale the solutions across Southeast Asia. Right? So that's us, the Radical Fund.
Yep. Thank you, Zach. Back to you, Jeremy.
Hi. Hello. First, thanks for organizing this wonderful event and having us. I think the word is come on. All right. So we're very happy to be here. I'm Jeremy from Mistletoe. We are a single-family office originally from Japan, but we moved our headquarters to Singapore about 5 years ago. When we first started out about 10 years ago, we were known for making really crazy investments. We were first investors in Astroscale, which does outer space cleanup. We were first investors in Zipline, which uses drone to deliver medical supplies in Africa. We were also investors in Zoox. So these are some of our better-known unicorns. I think during COVID, Amazon bought Zoox, so that was good. But this year, we acquired 100% SoftBank Ventures Asia. So we have kind of left the early stage game. We have moved on to the A and more B round game. So from next year onwards, we typically would be focused on kind of mid stage, typical check size about USD 10 million. And I see so much talent on this field here. That's me, Jeremy from Mistletoe.
All right, thank you, Zach and Jeremy. Now you guys know at the after party who you should go and talk to, because they're all both running investment funds. So compare with, I guess other pitching startups that you've seen in Southeast Asia, in other parts of the world as well. How do you feel like the quality of today's session, the pitching session?
Actually, I think not just from a Southeast Asian perspective, I think globally, and especially when you factor that this is a first-time event, I think this has been a world-class experience for me personally. Yeah.
No, I fully agree with Jeremy. I think that there are lots of wonderful ideas that was presented today. I especially like some of the pitches. I felt that they touched on very local problem statement in Vietnam. Like, for example, the shrimp farming. And I understand that Vietnam is one of the largest shrimp exporter globally. And so I really enjoyed and was really educated by some of the founders here. So thank you for that.
Okay, you're both very polite, but thank you for the compliment. So what's your prediction? Out of the 9 teams, which team's gonna win the big prizes? Any guess? I mean, we have an internal bet in our team, so we bet the real money for which team's gonna win. So.
Sure. I think I'm not sure what the criteria is for the judges. I assume the results are out, so we can't influence the result. But from an impact perspective, right? I feel that from an impact perspective, I felt there are a few companies that I really like. I think the first is Sierra Energy, and the reason why I liked it is because I feel that they are targeting the waste to X, right? Waste to energy area. And one unique thing that I thought is quite interesting is the waste has, they can actually address the areas that the waste is mixed, right? Which means that you don't have to separate them, right? And in countries where you don't have the infrastructure to separate waste, right? And there is a high level of contamination across the recycling rates. And so I think this solution can work really well, right? In areas where there's kind of where waste can't be separated, for example, and you can then convert them to energy. So you actually can have a very low cost, but the high output kind of business model, which I thought is super interesting. The other company which I thought has also an equally strong impact is Neo Rice, because as Asia and Southeast Asia, we really consume a lot of rice. Right? In fact, more than other continents across the world. And so in Vietnam, Thailand, those are huge rice producers, huge rice exporters. And just now, somebody was mentioning there's this alternate wet-dry farming methods, right, used for rice production. And that method is heavily is methane intensive, right? Methane emissions intensive. And methane is about 80 times, right, more potent than carbon dioxide in terms of causing climate change, right? So if you were able to solve this problem, rice will be a big factor. I think it will kind of help to address the climate transition for Southeast Asia. So those are the two kind of companies or startups which I thought super interesting from a climate perspective.
Thank you. I see the judges actually listening. I don't know if we're influencing them. What about you, Jeremy?
Well, since you decided to frame this as a sporting commentary, I'm a big...
we have night houses, right?
I'm a big fan of American football, soccer, and rugby. But since we're in Vietnam, I shall use the soccer references, right? So this is, ladies and gentlemen, one of the toughest World Cups that you'll see. You have 9 deserving winners. I don't think there's a weak team here. Like every single one looks like a semi-finalist, finalist in a World Cup, right? I would like to give a special mention to a couple of startups. I think Alterno is really unusual. We looked at sand batteries when it was coming out of the Nordics a few years ago. I never thought it would happen in Southeast Asia, and why does it not surprise me that Vietnam would be the one that tries to do it? Very, very impressive. I think AirX, what they're trying to do is also very laudable. Every startup here is really strong. I think any one of them could win it and be a deserving winner. But I'd like to focus on the group of death. So for the sports fans here, you know what a group of death is, right? So it's when you put many strong teams in one group stage. So I think the group of death is probably the ones in green. So that's like having Brazil, Germany, and Italy in the group stage of a World Cup. I mean, it's good for the fans, but for the teams, it's really tough, eh? And to make it even more complicated, I think I like tap back because I like to eat fish. I'm from Asia, so I eat a lot of rice. So Neo Rice, I'm with you. And Forte Biotech, I love shrimp as well. So I think if it comes down to the final conclusion, I think it's a multiple tie, but the tiebreaker would have to go to the fact that I had shrimp sushi yesterday. So I would have to go for Forte Biotech.
Jeremy, I think you and I we worked together in the shortlisting panel. So in that session, we were able to choose a lot of teams. Can you narrow down for me to maybe 2?
2? Well, wait, there are 3 categories. So you can only pick one from each category, right? So it can't be Forte plus the other 2. So I will lean towards Forte, AirX.
And for the renewables track, sorry, 3, not 2.
My heart is always with the unusual people, so I'll go with the very unusual people from Alterno.
So they're not the Brazil team, but you still support them?
Sorry?
They're not Brazil. Brazil is not unusual, right? They're well known to be, a strong team.
I think the heart wants what it wants, and I think my heart wants these guys. Yeah.
Okay. Would you want to change your decision after hearing Jeremy's
No,
commentary?
I also thought AirX is a good choice because they are addressing the agricultural waste space, and obviously with a big agriculture industry in Vietnam and other parts of Southeast Asia, I think they have a lot of feedstock to work on.
And they also really did a very great pitch earlier on, and I thought this biodegradable, new and novel material is something that can replace plastics, right? Single-use plastics, for example, which plastic pollution is a big problem also for many of the markets in Southeast Asia.
Okay, now I want to ask you guys as investors. You invest in Southeast Asia, you look at things from the global perspective. Which teams can scale in Southeast Asia and which teams can go global? If, there's no Vietnamese hat today, we're just talking about what's good for the world. Basically, which teams you're gonna likely to invest 10 mil in 1 or 2 years from now?
Please, this is not a binding contract, right? Yeah. Provided it's not a binding contract, and I know we have some weird contracts drawn up on a napkin, I think Forte Bio, Neorize, AirX.
Oh. Early investors in the room, please pay attention to this. Say it again, please.
Forte, Neorize, and AirX.
Okay. Southeast Asia.
Yeah, for me, I thought Sierra is super cool, but I also heard that they have raised like 33 million in the last round, so probably from a valuation perspective, it's probably not within my mandate for now. So if I were to choose, potentially it could be, I think, Neorize, Alterno, and AirX. Just one for each of these different track, for potential investments.
Okay, so for them to go meet both of you in a year from now, what are some big metrics that you want them to pay attention to? Also non-binding.
Well,
not KPI.
Yeah, I think maybe it makes more sense to do the early stage first, then we do the kind of like the next
Sure. I think one key metrics that to pay attention to is how do we look at a product market fit, right? Because I think a lot of these sustainable climate tech startups, the reason why they found this company has always been, they want to change the world, right? They want to decarbonize, they want to do a green transition, but some of them actually forgotten about how do they predict demand and how do they test their product in a way that is accepted by consumers, for example, right? Focusing on product market fit, I feel, would be the right step, especially for early stage companies. And then after that, once you've gotten that, and once you've gotten the right product market, then think about how do you then best sell in terms of creating the right business model, and followed by creating the climate angle, meaning to say, how do you measure the amount of carbon, right, that you sequestered or abated, right? That will allow you to then raise from impact funds later on in Series A and Series B, because it will create and help you differentiate yourselves from the ton of other startups that you see in the world.
So product market fit and commercialization impact. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, given that the time frame is 12 months, right? So we're talking about December 2024.
Yeah. Our next year Net Zero Challenge will have multiple episodes.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, I have to kind of like give a nod to current existing macro conditions. This is probably not your usual tech investment climate, right? So within this 12-month window, I would have to say growth is important, so definitely look at your growth numbers, but your EBITDA, a positive one, I think would be very helpful, yeah. Because there are quite a few things that are not within our control on the macro space, right? There's the Fed hikes or cuts, there's some geopolitical considerations, but you can always do yourself a favor by having strong growth numbers and good revenue numbers.
Okay, so demonstrate product market fit, but still having EBITDA.
Tough, I know, tough. But this is the toughest World Cup, right? I've already established that.
Exactly, so we have higher bars for our winners. Okay, thank you. So I actually have this contemplation. I actually was looking, and Zach and I, we were chatting about this. How come across all of our 9 finalists, there's no female founder?
Yes, what have you been doing to mentor more female founders?
Yeah, so there's something interesting, right? because we invest in a lot of different sectors. In other sectors, we see a higher percentage of female founders. For some reason, for either, maybe this is only in the Net Zero Challenge data, but I don't know if you've seen similar trends in like deep tech hardware or energy space where there is still less participation.
I think part of it is, we are also a product of social evolution and civilizational evolution. So, we still carry some legacy from the old days when, the men are the cavemen and we go down and we beat an animal to death and muscle power is important. But that's increasingly less and less so. So, like, for example, in Singapore, I know, we've got some bright stars from Temasek, top female talent who are doing amazing work. And of course, the men are important as well. Some of the new funds, for example, Temasek's Gen Zero Fund, which is the world's largest climate fund, if you look at the team, it's very, very strongly female. So I think I, for one, can't wait for our new kind of like women of the new generation to take a more influential role in society, in Southeast Asia and around the world.
No, I think for us, the Radical Fund, we do have a gender mandate also. So we hope to kind of invest in more female entrepreneurs as well, which is why when I looked at the kind of the list, I found that why is it so kind of a little bit ill-balanced in a sense. And I thought one way what we could do is obviously to kind of keep a lookout, right, and mentor and be a bit more objective when we looked at founders to back. And obviously too, you being a female, right, we also look out for you to how to mentor more female founders, especially in the climate tech space where there's a bit more of a deep tech, there's a bit more of hardware, where generally we don't have too much of a female talent, even in this sort of engineering stuff. Yeah.
Yep, so that's just one little thing that next year we're going to improve our Net Zero Challenge so that we have a more inclusive World Cup. So thank you all. I'm not going to keep you too long for knowing what's the result anymore. Thank you, Jeremy and Zach, for joining me for this fun session.
Thank you.
Thank you. Come on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ngo, Mr. Zachary Lee, and Mr. Jeremy Sim. Very interesting. So that's their prediction, and the actual results will be revealed very soon. Kính thưa quý vị, và cuộc thi Net Zero Challenge năm 2023 đã đón nhận được sự quan tâm rất lớn từ phía lãnh đạo thành phố. Và tới tham dự chương trình của chúng ta ngày hôm nay, rất vinh dự cho chúng tôi khi được chào đón sự tham dự của ông Phan Văn Mãi, Chủ tịch Ủy ban Nhân dân thành phố Hồ Chí Minh. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our great honor to welcome Mr. Phan Văn Mãi, Chairman of the Ho Chi Minh City People's Committee. And his presence really signifies the great influence of the Net Zero Challenge 2023. So, ladies and gentlemen, as the anticipation builds up, we'd like to invite you all together. We will reflect on the journey of Net Zero Challenge 2023. Please. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So before we coming to learn about the results of Net Zero Challenge 2023, it's time for us to take a quick look at the prize structure of Net Zero Challenge. For the Net Zero Challenge 2023, finalists are able to receive 2 investment prizes of $50,000 each from East Ventures and Touchstone partners. Each team will be eligible to receive up to $10,000 worth of Amazon Web Service Cloud credit. And of course, 3 grand prizes of 15 billion Vietnam dong in equity-free cash to pilot their innovation in Vietnam. That's amazing, right? And before we delve into the much anticipated prize announcement, it's time for us to gain more insights from our panel of judges who will give the feedback for our 9 finalist team joining in this grand finale. So first of all, we'd like to invite Mr. Nguyen from Lộc Trời Group to share your thoughts on the teams in track 1, please.
Thank you for your patience and thank you for your attention. The track 1, this track is show your enthusiasm to save us. Antero is potentially making all of us hot for day and night. We hope that Antero can improve in efficiency with 100% transfer rate from the source to the user. It may come from either material use or from total new approach to the heat trap. If like this, we can be very much support for the Antero in the next step. In other way, Voxcool is cool us down to the freezing point, which is good for Vietnam and especially good for the south of Vietnam. We love the cool air. I hope that Foxconn can study the way to charge your ice bath on day and time, on day and night, and make the cooling system for more application, not only for frozen demand. For Sierra, we very much in love with this creative idea. Sierra can make us on electrify. This is what I love. It's great that we can light up day and night with Sierra. And in this idea, I hope that Sierra can develop an operation model for small town. And in our idea and our thinking, Sierra can call for big investor to install your system in on a rural area in Africa and Asia and in the poor area where we need a lot of electricity, especially from the nature. Again, thank you for your creative idea. You make us inspired, motivated to moving forward to save on our world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thuận Nguyen, for your valuable feedback. And next up, I'd like to invite Mr. Yin Wei Liang from East Ventures to share your thoughts about the teams in track 2.
Thank you. So just now, track 2 was described as the group of death, and I think that was a very accurate description. The 3 startups there are super exciting, and they're solving one of the biggest problems I think that we're facing, food security, how to improve the resilience and efficiencies of our food systems. So all 3 startups presented very interesting solutions, and it provided a headache for the judges to deliberate. So I think of all the 3 startups, they're all solving pain points and helping farmers, which is truly important. Maybe now a bit more specific feedback for some of the startups. So for New Rice, I think what you're doing is really important, and the numbers you have presented are very exciting, and God's very excited. And I think what could really help improve your pitch even more would be to figure out how to maybe having some baseline data, right? And being able to back up some of these numbers with pilots, with tests, for example. For handbag, so I think we liked it a lot. And this is a proven business model as well. In Southeast Asia, there is a unicorn doing something similar. So I think the path is there, the playbook is there. I think we look forward to your future success. For Forte, I think you have created a solution that really helps to address the needs of farmers, having a very rapid testing solution. I think the strongest we have here is, and just now it was mentioned as well, that this perhaps half a solution. So testing alone is not enough. Being able to build out a full and complete ecosystem to really address and capture the needs of the farmers will be the most important. So once again, thank you to all the participants. It was a very tough decision, and I look forward to all of your future successes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yin Wei Liang. Your feedback is greatly appreciated. And last but not least, I'd like to invite Mr. Alex Downs from the Dutch Fund for Climate and Development to share your thoughts about the themes in track 3, please.
Great. So thanks, everyone. So maybe just to start off, before the event, were able to look at some of the material and read on my own and do some thinking. And I had kind of one opinion. And I think today during the event, listening to the founders and listening to the team really, in some cases, changed my opinion about the companies and what they're doing. So I think that's the first thing really to note. One thing that I really appreciated from the sponsors today was the ability to focus on a problem. And one of the issues for startup companies is sometimes they're hopping on one foot and then another foot trying to find their market. And in this case, all 3 companies had a clear focus on what they're trying to do. So that I very much appreciated. When I think about the companies, maybe starting with GreenPod, so looking at chemical messengers. This one here, what I thought in my mind when I was looking at this one is it's a rather complex subject, and also where does the business model start and stop? And that was kind of the nature of my question. You know, is this stopping post-harvest losses, or is this really getting into logistics? Where is the business? And I think they have a really great idea, and we could hear that from even the audience saying, hey, how about, these fruits in Vietnam? Do you have a solution for us? So very much liked what they did. One thing that would be maybe a request from my side is to try to get more information about what they're doing and a little bit deeper under the hood. But this is within the appreciation that this was a pitch, not a PhD paper, right? So balancing those 2 things. Secondly, Origo, which was looking at recycled pallets. This is another one I thought was actually really quite interesting. It's a practical solution to a problem that we have in the market. And those types of things I really appreciate, is how to take a practical approach. So the pallet market, as was mentioned, is actually quite a big market. So this is a sizable addressable market that someone could really look at. The thing I thought was a little bit maybe humorous was that the other judges asked the questions that I was thinking in my mind. So that I thought was, because from an investor, you're always looking around the corner and asking the question, and then what? And then what? So the judges were really spot on with their questions, and because of that, I didn't have to raise my question. Yep, and then finally, AirX. So this one is also another one that, just to be candid, this is one when I first looked at it, I wasn't so sure. But listening to the founders today, actually it turned my opinion a lot, and I said, hey, wait a second, that's a really good business model. So I could see that. So being here, being in person, I think it was really helpful. And then the other point that I had mentioned, that if Vietnam wants to export to other countries, there really is a need to meet international standards. Some of that is recycled material, for sure, or it doesn't meet the regulation to import, but also making Southeast Asia, a leader in these sectors, I think is quite important. So these are my comments for the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alex Downs. So once again, thank you to all the judges for your thoughtful insights. Ladies and gentlemen, at Net Zero Challenge, we don't only give prizes and mentorship to our participating startups, but also introduce the startups to business partners that can help them accelerate faster. And today, we are very excited to announce the result of our partnership conversations with the MOU signing between some of our finalists and the local partners. And first up is the MOU signing between ABA Cool Trends and VOP School. Ladies and gentlemen, ABA Cool Trends is the leading service and solutions provider in the field of integrated cold chain logistics, servicing customers on a pan-Vietnam basis. Through the pilot MOU, VOP School and ABA Cool Trends want to bring more sustainable Cool Trends logistics services to Vietnam, contributing to the net zero target. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite on stage Mr. Thi Luong, founder and CEO of ABA Cool Trends, and Mr. Khoa Lê, founder of VOP School. Yeah, a big round of applause for the partnership between ABA Cool Trends and VOP School. Yeah, we'd like to invite you too to take photos with this. Congratulations! And once again, thank you very much, Mr. Thi Luong and Mr. Khoa Lê. And another partner of Net Zero Challenge is Lộc Trời. Lộc Trời focuses on sustainable development practices, including green growth promotion, addressing climate change, and ensuring inclusive and resilient agricultural economy. And next up, we'd like to invite on stage the CEO of Lộc Trời Group, Mr. Nguyen, and Mr. Thanh Lê, CEO of RX Carbon, to facilitate the next MOU between Lộc Trời Group and RX Carbon, please. Congratulations on the partnership between Lộc Trời and RX Carbon. Thank you very much, Mr. Thanh Lê, and I'd like to invite Mr. Nguyen to remain on stage for the next MOU signing. And next up, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Nguyen, representative of Antono, to facilitate the partnership between Lộc Trời Group and Antono. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Mr. Nguyen and Mr. Nguyen. Please stay with us. And now we'd like to announce the MOU signing between Lộc Trời and the representative of Origo from Malaysia. That means we will have a virtual signing ceremony. of Origo. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Nguyen. Ladies and gentlemen, so the next part, I'm sure we are all waiting for, the prize announcement moment. Ladies and gentlemen, so now it's time for us to announce investment prize. I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Nguyen Liang, Principal of East Ventures, to announce the $50,000 investment prize from East Venture. Can we have the result, please?
The investment prize from East Ventures goes to AirX.
Congratulations, AirX. Please join us on stage. Congratulations on winning the investment prize of $50,000 from East Venture. Once again, congratulations to AirX Carbon. Thank you very much, AirX Carbon. Thank you, Mr. Liang. And up next, I'd like to invite Ms. Tu Ngo, General Partner of Touchstone Partners, to announce the $50,000 investment prize from Touchstone Partners.
So out of the 9 teams in this World Cup, Touchstone's gonna invest into Autono.
Autono! Congratulations! I'd like to invite the representative of Autono. Congratulations on the $50,000 investment prize from Touchstone Partners. Thank you, Antonio. Thank you very much, Ms. Tu Ngo. And of course, the excitement doesn't stop here. We are going to reveal the winners of the 3 grand prizes. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? So now, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Lim Hock Chuan, Head of Programs, Temasek Foundation, and Mr. Khanh Chen, Managing Partner, Touchstone Partners. So this is the envelope, and inside will be the result. I have the result here in my hands. So are you ready for the reveal? Congratulations to Autono on winning the first track. That's a double victory. Congratulations, Autono, on receiving both investment prize and a grand prize for the first track. set a new standard for sustainable development. Once again, congratulations to Antonio. Thank you very much, Antonio. And now moving on to track 2. Can I have the result, please? We are just moments away from revealing the winning of the track 2. And the grand prize goes to Forte Biotech. Congratulations. We'd like to invite Mr. Lim Học Tran to present the prize for Forte Biotech. Your dedication to addressing climate changes head-on has earned you this well-deserved recognition. Once again, congratulations to Forte Biotech. Thank you very much, Forte Biotech. So, we just have one more prize to announce. So we are going to discover the winner of track 3. So I am telling you, this is going to be another double victory. Congratulations to AirX Carbon! To invite Mr. Khiem to present the prize for AirX Carbon. Our winning team for track 3, circular economy and waste management. Once again, another big round of applause to AirX Carbon. Once again, we'd like to invite back on stage the winners of all the tracks, please. Please remain on stage, AirX Carbon. Please come back to the stage. Và ngay sau đây chúng tôi xin được trân trọng kính mời lên sân khấu ông Phan Văn Mãi, Chủ tịch Ủy ban Nhân dân thành phố Hồ Chí Minh, sẽ lên sân khấu để trao hoa cho những đội thắng cuộc cũng như là những vị đại diện của chúng ta. We'd like to invite on stage Mr. Phan Văn Mãi, Chairman of the Ho Chi Minh City People's Committee. And also we'd like to invite the organizers of the competition, Mr. Lim Học Tran, Mr. Khiem, and Mr. Vũ Trương, representing Ho Chi Minh City Institute for Development Studies. And now Mr. Phan Văn Mãi will deliver the flowers to the winning teams, as well as our organizers, as a token of appreciation for their efforts, for their dedication. Thank you so much for organizing such meaningful competition. lần nữa xin được chúc mừng các đội thắng cuộc. Và chúng tôi xin được trân trọng kính mời tất cả quý vị sẽ nán lại sân khấu. Please remain on stage. And now we'd like to invite the winners of our investment prizes. The rest of our judging panels, Mr. Nguyen from Lộc Trời Group, Mr. Yin Wei Liang from East Ventures, and Mr. Alex Downs from SNB. And also we'd like to invite on stage Ms. Du Mo to deliver the flowers to our beloved judges and investment prize winners. Một lần nữa xin được trân trọng kính mời chị Tú Ngô ạ, sẽ đại diện cho Touchstone Partners ban tổ chức để trao hoa tới những vị ban giám khảo rất đáng kính của chúng ta, cũng như là những chủ nhân thắng giải thưởng Investment Prize. Vâng ạ, chúng ta sẽ cùng chụp chung một tấm hình lưu niệm. Vâng, ngay sau đây xin được trân trọng kính mời chị Tú Ngô. Sẽ trao hoa cho ban giám khảo cũng như là những đội đã thắng giải Investment Prize. Once again, thank you very much to our panel of judges for working so hard in order to help us find out the winning teams for Net Zero Challenge 2023. Your effort, your dedication is much appreciated. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause to all the people who have played a very important part for Net Zero Challenge 2023. Một lần nữa cảm ơn quý vị rất nhiều. Ladies and gentlemen, so that's a wrap for Net Zero Challenge 2023. And this competition isn't just a one-time event. It's a catalyst for change, a force propelling us towards a greener and more sustainable future. Ladies and gentlemen, the success of the Net Zero Challenge 2023 wouldn't have been possible without the unwavering support from our valued sponsors and partners. And we'd like to take this moment to extend our sincere thanks to the support from Temasek Foundation and the Ho Chi Minh City Institute for Development Studies. And a sincere thank you to our strategic partner, Capital Vietnam, and our investor partner, Pavilion Capital, East Ventures, our knowledge partners, Lộc Trời Group, Duy Tân Plastic, Experiential, our venue partner, Saigon Center, technology partner, AWS, outreach partners, Five Design, ADB Ventures, Arc Funder, iViet, Barclays Private Bank, Beacon Fund, Block 71, Clickable Impact, Climb Capital, Conservation Vietnam, Dear Our Community, Epongi, Innovate 360, Joint Foundation, K Startup Center, Maybe, Mistletoe, MVV Academy, New Energy Nexus Vietnam, On Mic, Patama Capital, Quest Ventures, Schneider Electric, Sopong, Tao Startup, UOB FinLab, Up Youth, Viet Broader, Viet Challenge, Binh University, Zone Startups. Thank you once again for being part of this incredible journey, and we look forward to seeing the transformative impact from our winning teams on our environment and the world. Until next time, let's continue working together for a brighter and greener future. Once again, thank you.
loves me like he used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to.